Hello, friends. My name's host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People, and I want to thank you for being here today for this live stream event. I wonder how many times I've live streamed. I could look in my dashboard, TWFP Studio, and see what it says, but I don't think it tells you the total number you have. Oh, it says 2,770. So, welcome to my 2,770th live stream. I think there probably been more because sometimes I delete them because of copyright stuff. Sometimes I'll delete the ones that get age restricted after the fact. Hi, Casey Jones. Welcome to live stream number 2,770. What emotion are you feeling? Or you want to know what emotion I'm feeling? Well, I'd say one of my main emotions right now is probably a little something that I like to call anxiety. Your feeling is confused. Is confused really an emotion? I don't think confused counts as an emotion. You just beat a 1350 ranked chess player, huh? Well, good for you. Life gives me anxiety, show media. Life. Because there's you know, there's stuff I got to do. I am thankful that I'm not currently having to deal with anxiety about the car because that problem's been over. But why am I feeling anxiety? As always, it's because of money and, you know, things I can and should be doing to bring money in that I'm not because I'm lazy slash have a problem with executive function stuff. Life does rhyme with knife, but it doesn't rhyme with pig. My emotions are feeling I'm in a world but not of the world. Are you around the world? Are you behind the world? I am through the world and I'm, let's see, I'm according to the world. That's a preposition, even though it has according in it. It really works as a single preposition, according to. I'm playing my character from a different dimension. Cool. How exciting. Boy, it's bright out here with all the snow. It's the sun is not really super sunny, but it's sunny enough to come through the clouds and hit off the snow and be very shiny in your eyes. Shiny in my eyes, it's 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 shiny in my eyes, shiny, shiny, shiny inside of my eyes. Doobie? Smoking a cigarette. I just feel like, God damn it, Eric, why are you the way that you are? My sunshine is always getting stolen by my own failures and indulgence and persistent habits and that defy any kind of like, I really should meow 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 that I'm doing. Is very frustrating. I'm what you might call a problem. God damn it, Eric. You are a real problem, mister, with your not doing stuff all the time. I get it. You're super lazy or whatever, but there's no excuse. One thing that I am going to do today in a little bit here on the live stream is give myself a haircut. I'm going to get the trimmers. I'm going to get all cleaned up. And then I'll look like a real boy. Cigarettes help. Cigarettes help with my feelings, you mean? Well, they don't hurt. But sometimes they do, actually. Like, they can kind of add to anxiety a little bit, the nicotine, I think. But coffee and cigarettes can both kind of add to anxiety a little bit. But here I am, smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee anyway. Yeah, I'm not that super anxious like I have been sometimes in the past. The internet doesn't need this. Oh, well, thanks. Thanks, the Kurd Izzle. I'm glad that you're able to pass judgment with so little engagement. Hail Lobster God and her teammate Pasta God. All right, if you say so. My favorite breakfast is pills. Well, Casey Jones, that's what I'm talking about. We all have our difficulties related to our respective indulgences slash self-soothing things or what have you. Different people have different kinds of difficulties with different kinds of stuff, right? But I don't know. Life can seem very difficult even though there's nothing standing in your way, right? It doesn't seem to require a person to face real adversity for them to experience it. We also soothe in various ways in different intensities. Life is dukkha, after all. That's what the Buddha said, right? Life is dukkha. I don't know what that means exactly, but you know, there definitely is suffering in life. There's also legitimate adversity and then kind of, I don't know, my kind of failure. But, it's time to get up your ass and meow. LSD. I don't take LSD really. Hello there, Matarazzi Sound. I have plenty of times before, obviously, but no, I'm not wearing tight pants. I'm wearing sweats. I do take mushrooms regularly. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me. Staying off the grid. I am not a homosexual. As I've told you before, I don't want to talk about my pants and the tightness thereof. Thank you very much. You look like you'd tell a good story. I probably would if I were in a storytelling mood. Don't you feel that it is bigger than that and that you don't have to worry? That what's bigger than what and I don't have to worry about? In general, I feel like I do have things to worry about. You know, I'm 54 years old. I have to look out for me and Rachel's long-term interests, and at this point, at this stage in life, when you hit your mid 50s like me, it's it's a very striking change from say 10 years ago. I feel much more as though I have to deal with life in terms of there's finite amount left, whereas in the past I just sort of lived as though life would go on forever, you know, and that makes for a very tricky, a very tricky kind of reckoning with things, you know. Plus, like what's his name says in that song, and then I getting older, I'm only good at being young. Something like that. This is just the surface. All we were all one, and we'll find eternal peace after life. Well, I certainly hope so. I don't know what to make of things. It's it's very tricky to make any kind of determination about what exactly one should conclude regarding kind of grand cosmological questions. I do self identify as a Christian, but that doesn't necessarily mean I feel as though I know what happens after death. And and in general, you know, this planet, consciousness, being, the, where we are in history with the all the crazy technological advancement and everything just feels kind of magical, you know? E-dog, don't be gross. So, you know, it really just makes a person think a lot about what, you know, what could this all mean, right? It's kind of it seems kind of impossible that there not be some kind of magical quality to things, but I don't typically accept magic style things as explanations. I can tell my shorts rest upon my plump buttocks differently this season of life. Well, I'm glad to hear it, Casey Jones. The fear about the unknown is just natural, but after many experiences, I can definitely say it won't be anything bad. Well, I hope you're right. You know, um, I sometimes watch near-death experience videos, and those are pretty cool. You know, like the people who are telling their near-death experiences usually are very clearly convinced themselves by the experience, and whether how we should interpret that or what have you is another question. But you know what's another question? Well, it's a pretty important question. It's the kind of question you should all be asking yourselves every day. You know what I mean? It's a question that somebody asked first a long time ago. And that question, of course, is who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? I'll tell you who loves you. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Well, Telly Savalas does. Who loves you, baby? It's Telly Savalas. Who loves you, baby? I said, it's Telly Savalas does. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? I'll tell you who. Thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoyed that. That rendition of Who Loves You, Baby. I like stories of drug-induced afterlife dimensional experiences. I think our purpose is to be grateful and to not waste the gift of life we got. We shall make the best of it in our own way. You know, I'm trying to not waste the gift of life and to be grateful for it and everything. I think it's good advice. Sometimes it can be a little bit of a challenge because I'm very much like settled into certain habits that aren't particularly conducive to being productive. Like I do this, you know, I live stream fairly often. That doesn't qualify as being productive. It does qualify as doing an appropriate homage to Telly Savalas in this case. Got a little dancing in there. It's a little bit of a workout. I guess I'm just gonna record that song with vocals that are like that, and just be okay with that, you know. Sadness or anxiety is also a gift. It just needs to feel happiness, love, and other good shit. Well, you're probably right about that. It doesn't sound wrong. You know, I've been the other factor with me and my life, what I how I've changed and stuff over the last, I don't know, like say 6 or 7 years or something. Maybe it was 2022. My parents died, and that really, turned my life upside down. Rachel and I moved up here and did a lot of processing since. It's impossible to waste your life. We just have a propensity to want what we don't have as humans experiencing reality. Well, I think there's some sort of legitimate um, reckoning of the self with am I going to apply myself and accomplish things that I want to accomplish, or am I going to give in to laziness and self-indulgence and, who knows? A certain amount of legitimacy there probably. That is to say, if you feel genuinely as though you have some sort of ambitions or you have practical need to do stuff. So I don't know. I could go round and round about it forever. Talking about it is exactly one way of exemplifying what the problem is. Right? Instead of solving the problem by accomplishing things, I'll talk about it. But one thing I'm going to do right now, and we are going to accomplish this, and this is one thing on my list, so that's good. We're going to get one thing done. We are going to give ourselves a haircut. What do you think about that? Pretty good, huh? All right, let's go. We're going to get the trimmer. I don't want to go to the store today. Ta-da. Okay. So I guess, good day, Alex Holdfast. I feel like the best thing you can do, no matter what the situation, is to go out in nature and very necessary social interactions, people to talk to. Well, MP21 LSD, I live out here in the woods, but I still don't seem to go out into nature all that much. Maybe I should do it more. All right, let's set up shop right here near this outlet. All right, let me get. Do you know who you need when you've got to regulate? That's right, it's Warren G. He's the guy who's in charge of regulation. Okay, looking for number 3 here. I think you number 2. It's pretty short. There's number 3. Let's go number 3. Hello, everybody. Yeah, you get to regulate. Shape everything off. Yeah, he's good. Number 3 all the way around. Number 3 all the way around. What you're about to see is what I like to call a master class in barbery. Get ready to learn all about how to cut one's hair. Alright, I'm going to start on this side, I guess. Alright, making progress. Pretty soon I'm going to look like a wonderful man. Ah. Okay, still making progress. Okay. 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 Now it's time for the bear. Alright. Making some progress here. It's gonna take a little while to get this done. But you know what else takes a while to get done? Life. That's right. Not instantaneous. Okay. Take a look at what we got. Okay, so the next part of this activity is to get out the fine thing. And that's going to, the government has been, this guy's been shaving his beard for half an hour. Well, it does take a while, yeah. Because I'm mostly doing it without looking, so I want to make sure to do a thorough job. Let's bring this over so I can see a little bit of the camera. Easier to just do this by feel, I think. Okay. Okay. Seems okay. Let's get this part. Pretty good. Now we're gonna get the back. Back's a little bit challenging, but it's not that bad. We just go like this. Starts down here. Hmm. There. That's better. Oops. I might have messed that up a little bit. Might be fine though. Okay. I think we're about done. Of course, when I go look in the mirror, I'll see spots that need to be different, but this could be a little higher over here. All right, looking pretty good. Well, I got one thing on my list done. It's never perfect, no matter how much time I spend on it until I look at it in the mirror later. I will always find spots I need to fix. It's just life in the big city with this clipper. Thank you, Yuppie. I appreciate it. Hi, Daniel Barry Sports Highlights. It's nothing there. You start balding. I didn't just start balding. I've been balding for quite a while. Okay. feel like I cut my lip a little bit with the trimmer. That's okay. I'll survive. It's so hot in here. I turn the heater off. Okay, there, turning the heater off. Next thing I need to do, well, let's put this on the table in there, and I'll put it away later because Rachel's sleeping. I don't want to go in and bother her. And then I guess let's get the printer out. I need to print something. Okay. Here we go, printer, here we go. Pya, pya. Here we go, printer, here we go. Pya, pya. Hi, Justice for Humanity. How do you turn this on? There. Because we're here to print. We're going to print something. We're going to print this thing with a printer jing. And we'll print some printy print. And we'll print some print. And if we do that, guess what? We'll have accomplished 2 things on our list. Isn't that amazing? Am I late to anything? I'm constantly late to these lives because I'm usually busy. You didn't miss a whole hell of a lot. I gave myself a haircut. I mean, sure, it was maybe the best haircut anybody's ever watched, but you got the same vacuum? What vacuum are you talking about? I don't think. Are you talking about the Roomba? We've not actually used that. Cameron brought it, left it here for us. We probably should use it, but haven't used it yet. I kind of have my doubt about its efficacy with as much cat hair as we have, but it might work. I don't know. We've got a few different vacuum options around here. You put your phone mount on it and record it cleaning one day. Cool. Do I ever do upper thigh exercises? No, I do a little bit of exercise occasionally, but when I'm either working or maybe dancing. What are you sorry about? Oh, yeah, I see you're talking to Too Cool. You did not respond to my comment. Sometimes people miss things, you know? You want to watch the cats watch the Roomba? It's quite loud, is the other thing. I don't really like the noise pollution. The thing is, it would be fine if, like, you're not home for part of the day, you set it loose to do its thing, right? But we're here all the time, so you need your freaking tight pants. Please stop. Firmware update. I don't need no stinking firmware update. These printer people. I mean, really. I am sick and tired of these printer people. It's hard to believe that Delilah's 27 years old now. She's a full-blown adult. Pretty soon she'll be 30. Good night, bud. Keep your head up. Life is great, trust me. Thank you for the positivity. I'll do my best. You know, I agree with such sentiments, but I also feel like I don't have that much control over how I feel. Instead of hit me baby one more time, what if Britney Spears sang pound me baby one more time? I think it would be a little more vulgar then. She could also perhaps say smash me one more time. Or poke, hump, um, penetrate. No, that would not be good, Casey Jones. We don't need to include violence in these things. Are you gonna print or what? What is going on? Is it gonna make me do the firmware update? Keeps sounding like it's about to start. But then it doesn't. Well, yeah, one would hope so. Or it implies something more like general, but not violent, like hit me up or hit me back, like that kind of thing. Maybe she is singing about that, Casey Jones. Maybe she's singing about blackjack. That would explain it. And that's making a lot of sound. But it's still not actually printing. What the fuck? What is going on? Is it saying to put more paper in? Oh no, it's not. It just took a super long time to print. That's all. Okay, well, it did print it successfully. Good job. Thank you for your hard work. Okay. Done with my printing. So, put this here. And now it's time to put the printer away. So that's pretty good. I got a couple things done that I wanted to get done. Okay. This goes in here. There, done. Let's get a water. I feel kind of dehydrated. Looks like we're gonna have to watch the cat eat as well. It's okay, Joe. It's okay. All that hair that I just got off his hair, I'm not going to have to clean up off the floor. And also hair that you're not going to have to lick off of your own body. He obviously has a problem with hairballs somewhat because he has to lick so much hair. What much am I feeling about my accomplishment? I mean, I feel like, okay, good, that's still a little bit of progress. But well, we'll see what the rest of the day brings, I guess. In general, I'd say today has been a little bit of an anxious day. I've been wringing my hands with anxiety. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, no. Okay, good. That is still a little bit of progress. Yes, and the day is earlier, yeah. I've been feeling better since I started live streaming, you know. I was feeling kind of anxious before I started live streaming. And I thought, well, I'll live stream. I'll get a couple things done. That'll provide a little bit of solvency. And in fact, it has. What I need to do next is bring Rachel's trash can back inside. I took it outside to do the hair cutting with. Whew. We had to change the batteries today in the central heating thing. Fortunately, I had those batteries on hand. Probably get more at this point. We're running low on AA's. They seem to be in high demand around here. Batteries are the opposite of bras. The more letters, the smaller the size. So AAA is smaller than single A. Bras work the other direction. Today's vibe is more water, less gluttony. I like it. I like that, Casey Jones. I think you've nailed it. More water, less gluttony. Strength and progress come with a certain level of pain and struggle. I agree with you. It's to be careful what you wish for because asking the universe to make you strong will bring more obstacles. I mean, I think I'm more like asking myself to be more self-disciplined than I am asking the universe to be strong, make me stronger. I don't feel like I I need to be strong to do what I have to do because I don't think what I have to do is, particularly unreasonable ask of me. So, you know, that's the way that goes. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Okay, what am I doing right now? I guess I'll pull another bong rip and then maybe, just maybe, I'll play some song on the piano. I kind of wish I knew some classical music songs on the piano. Classical music's pretty cool. God damn it. Poke. Oh, God. Go through there. What a pain in the butt. This clogginess, I tell you. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, we're gonna pull this bong rip. What else? Oh, no, I left the mouse over there. Okay, that's fine. Right over there. It's okay, I got it right now. Woo-wee. Mr. Strauss, how are you today? What is on your mind? Well, I would say what's on my mind, Floss Fitness TV, is emotion. The feeling of your heart, the moisture of your tenders. Emotion. Isn't emotion really the flag that launched 1,000 ships? Feelings. Aren't feelings really the emotions of the self? Loving. Let's see. one's called Piano Ballads Beat. Piano ballad, huh? When I feel emotions, when I feel love, when I feel a purpose in my heart from above. When I feel love, I feel it inside of my heart. When I feel emotions, I feel like I'm apart. Apart from all of the people, apart from them and their ways, apart from the kind of church steeples of the olden days. Well, keep in mind, Justice for Humanity, that I wasn't really playing that instrument either. I was just pushing these autoplay buttons. So, piano ballad. Love song. This one's called Love Song. Maybe I should have done that one. Organ ballad. Organ ballad. Maybe I should use an organ. that's just one example of things that are wrong with Eric. List of things that are wrong with Eric. Somewhere on this list is tweaking out on the piano. I have not seen Acacia around here today. She was here last night. A bunch of mainstream rap I've seen nowadays be putting random lyrics together that make zero sense. Well, I guess I probably haven't been listening to that music. Lyrics are a weird thing, you know. Uh, you might say that Beck's lyrics they don't really mean much of anything. But he makes them. It works anyway somehow. Lyrics are tricky. You can't have really super hard and fast rules for what comprises good lyrics. Kind of depends on what kind of song it is and a bunch of other stuff. But sometimes things don't really need to have good lyrics to be good songs, provided the lyrics aren't expressly bad. Some of my songs paint such vivid mental movies in my head I want them to go to explain the characters more. Gregory in Skies is brilliantly interesting. Thanks, Winston's mom. Very kind of you to say. But it's like I could just sit there and fuck around on the keyboard for an awfully long time if I just didn't just let myself just do it without saying, okay, Eric, you're not accomplishing anything, you know? I mean, if I were recording some things, maybe it'd be worth it to record those or something and see if anything comes of them, but who knows? Oh, the existential horror of being. I don't think he intends any of that stuff, though. Who? I'd like to be able to compliment you in a way that a musician might appreciate, but all I can do is try to express my appreciation. Well, I really do appreciate your enjoyment of it, and thank you. You know, I depending on what I'm listening to, I have I have complicated relationship with my own music, I guess. Well, well, what, Hero Lamb? You don't think I intend any of that stuff? Uh, I don't know what I intend when I write lyrics. Sometimes I have a clear intention. Like with the lyrics to this jazzy song, um, I was trying to make the lyrics match what I feel like is the mood of the song. And in that song, it feels like kind of a taking a walk in the park kind of a feel to it. So that's kind of what the lyrics are about. Sometimes I can fill an entire quart bottle with one piss. Well, congratulations, Casey Jones. You're what we call a big bladdered Bob. That's what they call it in the medical community. Cool. Thanks, Benson's mom. Yeah, I kind of wish I did a better job of curating existing stuff, like playing the songs, so listening to them, and then excerpting those of them that are worth it. But I'm not very good at doing that. Because that's like fourth slot SI stuff. I just naturally tend to neglect it. I used to have this mistaken notion that there was going to be someday I'd have time to go back and would do so, would like go back and curate my existing stuff. I was just lying to myself. So, okay. Hi, Nate. We'll just call you Nate. How about that? Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Why not? As good a time as any. We'll rail them up, bro. Rail them up. And thus did Nate rail them up. And with the flame of a torch did we heat the end of the glass tube. And then with a we snorted it all and blew out a great cloud of smoke. Rock on, Nate. All right, let's go outside for a second. Let's go back here. We don't usually go back here. It'll be a nice change of pace. I've been hearing from a lot of people that things like, I'm tired of going out front. Obviously, we are stuck much more than we usually are. Unless I were to do something crazy like put on shoes. Why are there all these little bugs around here? Gosh darn it. Nobody asked for a bunch of little bugs. Fresh air. And a second is defined as the duration periods of microwave radiation that result from the transfer of cesium-133. Okay, well, is that how my watch figures out what a second is? Oh, I see. My seconds are just approximations. Thanks a lot, watch. I feel kind of not so fresh a little bit, but it's okay. I could eat something. Well, how else would we know what a second is? It's, 1/60th of a minute, which is 1/60th of an hour, which is 1/24th of a day. So add all that stuff up, and that's how long a second is. It should be measured as a ratio. Like it is 1/meow-meow of a day. Well, then how do we measure a day? The amount of time it takes for the sun to go around once, or the earth to go around once, or whatever. Or the earth to turn around once. Yeah, not the sun. That's how you measure it. But how do you know how long that is? Okay, quit your whining. Time should be easy. We can measure it against celestial bodies and the change therein over time. So we don't need fancy science definitions like that. Get out of here, science, with your fancy definitions. Nobody's going to measure a second like that. And while we're at it, science, can we get rid of all the metric stuff, please? Since when did we give in to metric? Since when did we just bend over to metric and let metric have its way with our butt? Eric is a notorious scuttlebutt. Horrible foots and scuttlebutts. That could describe something. Physicists are important, though. Well, they may be important, but you know what's not important? Metric. That's just European numbers. We need good old-fashioned American measurements. Things make sense, like obviously there's 12 inches in 1 foot, and like there's 28 grams in 1 ounce. That makes sense. That's implicitly how it should be. It's 212 degrees is the temperature of boiling water, and 32 is freezing. That makes sense. That's just intuitively right. Is knowing the speed of light important? Well, what kind of calculations are you planning to do? Scuttlebutt means rumors or gossip? Really? It has nothing to do with butts or scuttling at all. I didn't know that. I learned something today, a vocabulary thing. I probably would have defined scuttlebutt as something very different, or not known, I guess. I guess I didn't know. Scuttlebutt means gossip or rumors. Don't listen to that scuttlebutt like that. Very interesting. Don't keep doing your scuttlebutt talking. Don't keep talking your scuttlebutt lies. Scuttlebutt was a water cask around which seamen gossiped while waiting for their rations. A ship was 3 sheets to the wind when the lines to the sails broke and the vessel pitched drunkenly out of control. To turn a blind eye became a popular expression after Vice Admiral Nelson deliberately placed his telescope against his blind eye to ignore his superior signal flag to retreat. Interesting. I did not know that that was the source of that saying, to turn a blind eye. It always just seemed to be a saying that kind of made natural sense. But obviously, it was predicated on an event in which somebody actually had a bad eye that he used to look at something. or really to fail to look at something. It was just like, well, I couldn't see anything. Guess I get to keep fighting. He must have won that battle, I'm guessing. Probably wouldn't have gone down in history if he had just run off and gotten killed right away. I don't really feel very good physically. I probably should eat something. That would probably help a bit. Alright, home style Patty, it's your time to shine. Let's see, how long? This one does not have a take it out and stir it. How nice. Just put it in for 6 minutes, that's it. You're a cop. Well, I'm actually not a cop. Nor am I a Fed. Do y'all know anyone in your life who claims to be an MBTI type? You think they're definitely not? Yeah. I have multiple such people in my life. I know someone in my life keeps claiming to be an INFJ, and when I ask them for proof, they respond with, all the MBTI tests say I'm an INFJ. They don't even know what introverted intuition is. Well, because they're trying to engage with typology not through cognitive functions, but through type descriptions or something. Rachel's sister thinks she's an INFJ, but she's an ISFJ. But she doesn't want to be told that she's not an INFJ, I'm sure. People don't necessarily, and kind of rarely do they, in fact, value being correct enough to appreciate being corrected, especially about stuff like that. I've had plenty of people get very upset when I question their type, their self-identified type. So, you know, it may be frustrating, but I guess it is what it is. It's like some people view it kind of like their fashion sense. Uh, they like the way they look. They chose those clothes for a reason. And who are you to tell them that they've got bad fashion sense or something? They don't see typology as something distinct from other such ways of building one's identity. I've got my politics, I've got my astrology sign, I've got my MBTI, I've got my, you know, for people who engage with MBTI stuff the same way that they engage with those other things, then they don't want to be told otherwise. Yeah, you can just share information. After all, you may not be correct either. Or, yeah, you could test them. You could ask them a question. You know, if you give them a TE test and they are able to pass it, then you know they're not an INFJ. No, being a censor is not a bad thing, obviously. In a lot of ways, it's a wonderful thing. You know, but people don't want to think that they're not intuitive, whereas people are fine thinking that they're not sensing just based on the connotations of the word. You know, and it may be that the numbers are even more skewed than that. It's hard to say because, like, I can't make any determination of the overall demographics from the the split in the people that I type. Like, probably more intuitives are going to, or at least certain types are going to. Who knows how exactly how it's going to skew? But the point is, it's going to skew in some way such that the the demographic percentages of the people whom I type is not going to be representative of the actual population percentages. But I would still suggest that um, I might have 50% sensors or so. Uh, and if you factor in this a skew in favor of intuitives deciding to get typed, well, then it's going to be obviously greater than 50%. The thing is, there are 8 different kinds of sensors, and they all play out very differently. Just as there are 8 different kinds of intuitives that also play out differently. Well, I mean, from their perspective, they're saying here's a counterexample to the idea that you you can't you can't you can't adequately perform what you have to do or something because you have ADHD. But it's it's not really an excuse for struggling in school. It's maybe a it may be a cause of it to some extent, but it's not an excuse in the sense that you can exercise more self discipline and persevere and get it done, you know? School might treat it like an excuse. They might give you extra time on tests or something like that's going to help. You're having trouble, presumably, sitting there for that long taking this boring test. How is giving you more time going to help? But that's the kind of accommodation they do in schools. I mean, look, I have ADHD. Or if it's a real thing, if you want to call it a real thing, I certainly qualify as having it. And yes, I had a great deal of trouble with things like getting my homework done, uh, doing school projects. I always, wait till the last minute, have all this anxiety and stress and etc. But I managed to muddle through and finished, got my college degree. Um, it's true I didn't like it, but what's mostly true is I've always had a difficult relationship with executive function stuff, doing stuff in a timely manner, getting everything I need to get done, or being consistent, maintaining any kind of consistency over time without some sort of external discipline is very difficult for me. Truth is, you can be anything you want to be, but you can't be a couch. Tell that to Frank Reynolds. Who's Frank Reynolds? I want to know who Frank Reynolds is, and I want to know right now. And the person I mentioned basically said that they think all teachers are good, and they said they blame students and the teachers because teachers work too hard. Well, sounds like they're a fairly serious student projecting their I guess desired classroom environment as a norm that others should meet. All right, let me get my food. Hmm. I see. All right, food time for Eric. I'll be right back. I hate myself another day. Why is it so watery in here? This comes with home style patty. Doesn't this remind you of home? Hmm. This is endowed with the satisfaction of nutrients. And nutrients are sometimes called nature's best flavors. Hmm. I mean, it sounds sort of like you're dealing with maybe a TE Dom, potentially, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're a sensor. Hmm. Ah, I feel like an explorer in Antarctica who stopped and built an igloo and cooked himself a TV dinner. They're eating it, and it's warming their inside and filling them with nutrition. These noodles don't really stay on the fork very well. I call them fall-off noodles. See? Hmm. Hmm. I want to take a moment to thank our sponsor this week, Banquet TV Dinners. Here at Banquet, our food is hot and delicious. Thanks, Banquet. Thank you for the $7,000 you gave me to say that and eat this in front of the screen. No, the official MBTI test is not any better than any of the internet tests. I mean, it might be better than some of them, but it's not very good. Certainly not reliable. Well, open JPEG, that's not really something we need to know. Oh, Lordy Lord. This food takes me back to the days of Mississippi. Ooh, we sit by the river and eat our TV dinners thanks to Banquet. The TV dinner is like a banquet in a little box. Thanks again to Banquet for sponsoring this live stream. You know, open JPEG, carry on. Well, that's why they have to be tested directly so that how much you resonate with them is not the thing that's being measured. Hmm. That's very Salisbury steak. It may be home style patty, but it's very Salisbury steak. I wonder what Salisbury steak is named after. Was it invented by Mr. Salisbury? Or is it from the city of Salisbury? I will Google it and find out. Oh, lordy, 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 lord. Well, you're probably not an INTP then. They typically have no problem at all with those problems, even if I make them quite long. Ah, wow, that was a real change to the body, change to the mood kind of a thing, you know? It's true that genealogy questions test both TI and SI, but it's 1-3 in INTP, so no problem there. I do it as a mental wireframe in my head when since mom and I jump around in the moment as he's saying it, so I can't sometimes can't recall the entire chain, but I usually get it right. So you keep up with it is what you're saying. Probably if it goes too fast, you need it to be repeated and try to keep up again. Okay, staying off the grid. Something I do struggle with is my memory, like whether somebody asked me what I had for lunch, I tend not to not respond to something because I do not remember. Okay, well, that's definitely not SI third. Yeah, I am a straight bearded heterosexual, it's true. I also don't necessarily feel super great. I feel a little like I need to go to bed, I guess. Get some more sleep. And perhaps learn to dream again. Okay. Pinatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride my burros. Tequila and churros. Fiesta time in Michoacan. The hand of friendship extends south of the border to our amigos in old Mexico. Pinatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride my burros. Tequila and churros. Fiesta time in Michoacan. I hope you enjoyed that wonderful song. For those who want to know the title, obviously, the title is maybe it's Old Mexico. Show your history search, Eric. Show my history search. You mean my history of things that I've watched or what? Flanadas? I don't know what flanadas are. You're going to find it very boring. It's a whole bunch of YouTube videos. Some of them gambling videos that I watched. This one's about a North Korean operating system. Tokyo is not what you think. The Angels are already embarrassing themselves against this baseball. My bank account. Olympics. Bobsled, etc. Crunchyroll, Olympics. Spiders on drugs, ants on drugs. SoundCloud. Much more YouTube videos. Just a shit ton of YouTube videos. The infinite energy source made possible by the oil and gas industry. The anti-gravity drive everyone's talking about. Why some billionaires are actively trying to destroy the world. It's a lot of YouTube, huh? Some Crunchyroll. You can see my bank stuff. My PayPal stuff. This doesn't really show anything, so my what bank I'm with. Should be fine. Women's college basketball. Delivery method of probiotic flips brain between memory and mood. The mystery of nuclear magic numbers has finally been resolved. Memes. Former alpine skier Chimmy Alcott reveals boob gate. Seems interesting. It has to do with athletes like padding their parts so that they can then take the pads out when they compete. They have a little extra fabric there. It helps them for some reason. Netflix, bunch of YouTube videos. Jeffrey Epstein, the autopsy details no one's talking about. Boring, huh? My drive, my drive, my Google Drive, a little bit of Facebook. You don't see that very often. Autonomy debate highlights. This is boring. There, Samba Ball. What do you think? Is that what you expected? I don't. Write X. Why would I write? What would that be? And if I'm looking for porn, I'm not doing it on my normal account. I'm doing it on incognito window. Can you write a song about why ENFPs are annoying? I would really enjoy that. Oh, I'm not particularly inclined to be mean to ENFPs. They may be somewhat that way, but I don't really know a lot of ENFPs. People I know in real life constantly told me I talk too much. One time someone told me you talk for 4 hours straight. Well, Eric, intuitively does the Big Bang Theory sit right with you? I find it hard to think of a zero creating a one and secular explanation, God being atemporal and always being a one makes a lot more sense to me. Well, does the Big Bang Theory make sense to me? It makes sense in the sense that, okay, well, let's accept or acknowledge or whatever, whether it's really the case or not, that we can extrapolate backwards, and if we do, we see a contraction back to a single point of ultra concentrated whatever. But the thing is, that's not an explanation of how or why things are instead of they aren't, right? And that is not me arguing in favor of any kind of God explanation either. It's just saying that it doesn't answer the fundamental question. It avoids answering the fundamental question of why there are things instead of nothing. This is a multiverse. The universe expansion rate is slowing down. I'm not really a big believer in the whole multiverse thing. Like, for example, people who are saying that we live in a multiverse are saying that there are other universes that exist, but we have no way of knowing about them or ever observing them. So, existence is, you know, you have to have a clear instance of something for it to be existent.
Hi, handsome.
Hi, beautiful. How you doing?
Good. Are we still planning on going to town today?
I was I was actually thinking about maybe taking a nap here pretty soon.
Oh,
What do you think about? Well, how badly do you want to go to town?
well,
Do
I
you want to
want
get
to go.
your
Yeah,
okay? Well, then we should leave within like half an hour.
if that's okay. If you're up for that, if you want to go for a nap, then I understand.
Um, Let me think about it a little bit.
Okay.
I don't dispute the idea of the expansion. The part I can't get behind is that there was nothing. I don't think a zero can create a one. Well, um, it's not a matter of whether a zero can create a one. It's a matter of whether, like, say, an infinitely expanding and contracting universe adequately satisfies the answer of causality and or some other how explanation, right? So like let's say the universe is infinitely expanding and contracting. So that would be like a program that I would have written perhaps on the Apple IIe computer where it says 10, write Eric, 20, write Strauss, 30, go to 10. And then on the screen, we just write Eric Strauss, 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 forever, right? If you come in and look at that after I've started that, then it's not clear. You can't say exactly which is Strauss. Would look exactly the same if it were Strauss then Eric as it does with Eric then Strauss. It would just they would always alternate. So the point is that if somebody came in and looked at this infinitely repeating thing, they might not be able to have any way of knowing which came first, the Eric or the Strauss. But it doesn't mean that one of them didn't come first. And it doesn't mean that this infinite loop didn't start in some fashion, right? So I think the same thing would be true for the universe if, in fact, it does have an infinite expansion contraction. That still doesn't mean that one of them didn't come first, which means also, of course, that uh, there's some relationship of predication going on, like something initiates this process, right? And there's no reason to conclude that that thing that we don't know about and can't know about is God. I'm not trying to make a pro God argument here. I'm just saying, ultimately, an explanation of the an explanation of the great cosmological question of how and why there is something rather than nothing that is not going to be satisfactorily answered without establishing some something more than we currently have. I don't know exactly what would be satisfying, but so as far as the evil question, yes, it is the case that humans would there'd be evil in the world because humans would have free will, and that's a necessary part of being human. If God did intervene, then he wouldn't be letting people have free will, really. He'd be interfering. He wouldn't let them be making their mistakes as they make them and experiencing the consequences of them. And as somebody who's 54 years old, I can tell you that some of the worst consequences are just the self-inflicted wounds. It's like a sine wave. It starts either with phase up or down. Hmm. So, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, what answer would satisfy you? And for some people, God as an answer is satisfying. For some people, the Big Bang as an answer is satisfying. I'm not satisfied with either of those answers because, you know, it's not like scientists keep looking through these telescopes, getting further back in universe history, and finally to get all the way back to the background microwave radiation. They're looking at telescopes, and there faintly comes into view the shape of this old man in a robe with a long beard, and he gives you a little wink. And you go, okay, well, maybe we should go with the whole God explanation after all. He looks just like we always depict God. And look, hey, there's Jesus next to him. And he's holding a sign. What does it say? Sorry, Muslims, you lose. Oh my gosh. I knew it. I knew it. The universe was begun by Christian God. If you are out of the action, can you really be MIA? Well, you got a good point. I think it means kind of like went missing in action. A universe generator or multiverse only pushes the question back. Right. What would be a satisfactory answer? Like, hi,
Hi.
what's the matter?
Do you think we can go? I, we don't have to go food shopping. Oh, daffodils or whatever they are.
Okay, well, yeah, okay. We can go in.
Well, if you really don't want to go, I don't want to make you.
It's okay. It's a good idea to get some stuff done. Okay, well, the post office closes at 5, I'm
I
assuming.
think so.
Alright, so we need to leave here by 4, so that's only 3:07. So I guess let's go to try to leave, I don't know, 3:30, 3:45.
Okay. I feel like a brat. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yes, David Wood, a Christian apologist. What makes no sense? Well, yeah, police officers who intervene are restricting people's free will because they're not God. It doesn't matter. They're also exercising their own free will. The whole point about free will is that people have it. God may have free will, but he can't exercise interference among people's free will with impacting someone's free will, right? Whereas other people, that it's natural that individuals' free wills come into conflict with each other. That's why there exists criminal, civil, and moral liability. However, like if you wanted to take a kind of Old Testament biblical perspective on the thing, you would say that God was trying to have it both ways.
Oh, is
Trying
that a male person?
Yeah.
Yo.
You think maybe they have your thing? You want to go up
Yeah,
there?
I mean, like, that's.
Maybe they didn't even stop. They couldn't get to our mailbox. They need a shovel up there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to go up there and
Should I
shovel.
try?
I mean, do you want to run after him? Go if you want to try. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna get there in time, but you could try.
Oh my god, I'm just sinking. Oh, it's sinking. I thought I could run. Oh,
But I don't even have any shoes on.
damn.
Why don't you go over that way? See if you can catch him. We should be free to not suffer or enter the world. Well, maybe, who knows what happens before we're born, right? Like movies, stories, they tend to want to make it such that before you're born, you you choose your parents. You're a pre-made soul that is going to go into a baby, and that you choose your parents or something like that. It's kind of a sweet notion. But we don't really have much clarity about what happens before we're born or after we die. And it's possible, accordingly, that you did choose to be in the world. And maybe you even chose this specific life. Maybe because it seemed easy, or maybe because it seemed hard. That would entail certain things being predetermined, but like you could choose it based on the statuses of things when you're born. Like, well, when you're born, your parents will be divorced already, and you'll be living with your single mom who's making this much money at this job, and they tell you all that kind of stuff. But they don't tell you anything about what's going to happen in the future. That's possible. They could fill you in on what's happened heretofore in your parents' lives that's relevant, and you make that choice. That's conceivable, right? Rachel went up there all the way to the mailman, and he was still just sitting there. It's kind of cool. I thought he was sure to drive off before she got there. I don't know if an INFP would be told they talked as much as you'd mentioned, but don't know. Yeah, there's a theory we chose to come here, but if that's the case, why would some people choose to suffer a lot? Well, you could conceive of a universe in which we are currently all simulating this life in a simulation pod. When we die in this life, we wake up in the pod and discover we're only still 10 years old, and our job in this universe is just to simulate life after life after life to, and then in between lives, you get to kind of process the, put all the wisdom from your respective lives together to inform your actual person or something. You could conceive of that being uh, a universe that doesn't make zero sense. Looks like she got her package. Maybe we don't have to go to town after all. Maybe we get suffering points when the simulator ends. That's like a difficulty multiplier, right? Like in those sports like diving and flipping around. You get execution and difficulty multipliers. Obviously, I picked an easy life. So I suspect that if that's the way the universe is, that I'm still a little kid in my real life. And that's why they gave me such an easy life to try to get the hang of things a little bit. I still, fucked up left and right and failed all over the place in lots of different ways. But I didn't have to deal with, haven't yet had to deal with like the real kind of hardships that a lot of people do have to deal with. So it maybe it's because humans are so naturally narrative minded, but it would seem so weird for why does she keep going back and forth to the mailman? What is she doing? Why would God use evolution? What the fuck? It's brutal. Doesn't seem loving to me. Um. Well, what in the world is going on? She has walked back and forth to that mailman like 5 times now. He forgot one. He forgot one of the packages. Um, it is the case that nature selects against uh, deviation from a given genomic mean. There's a certain amount of adaptability within a genome, but only up to a point. So, while it is true that you'll see minor changes in a species over time, you won't see that process extrapolate out to speciation. Equal in value. We obviously have different experiences, outcomes. If everyone's equal, why did God let others have suffering, less suffering than others? Well, you know, you may just be hands off. Random people get and random babies become random babies, and those babies have the experiences they have because things play out the way they do in a world full of people exercising their free will. You know, there's not particularly any reason to think that God interfering in some way to minimize suffering. Well, first of all, there's not any reason to think it wouldn't look exactly like things do now. In other words, things could have been, in many circumstances, much worse. Maybe God did intervene, right?
We're good.
Oh, well, we don't have to go to town.
No, we don't have to go down.
Wonderful news.
Yeah. He seems so nice.
You got all your packages.
All the packages, and this is the only mail that we have.
You
so.
only had to walk back and forth to him like 5 times. People might wonder, like, how is it in the aftermath of World War II that the world didn't blow itself up during the Cold War with all these nuclear weapons and stuff, and tensions high, and trying to put missiles in Cuba, and plenty of hawkish generals on both sides, having some say over the outcome of the world's superpowers and so forth. Well, one could posit that God intervened and said, I'm going to make this a little less combustible so we don't have nuclear war. Who knows? Maybe. But the other thing is, there's not any reason to think necessarily that things would be better if God did intervene. Maybe there's a finite number of outcomes that can occur, finite number of changes he can make, given he can't like remake all of reality to get rid of this one thing, and maybe the interlockedness of things limits the extent to which he can actually accomplish the outcomes he would prefer in a given set of circumstances. And things that we might think would help maybe actually would cause more harm. Prayer doesn't work. Well, what are you trying to do with it? Are you trying to fix your plumbing? If so, it's definitely not going to work. Dear God, I am so tired of my sink leaking. Can you please make it stop leaking? That's not going to work. What if the fourth dimension rules the third dimension, and third rules the second, and such as paper figures? I'm going to go inside too. Well, what it would mean to rule it. I mean, time is the fourth dimension, and it doesn't rule dimensions of space. Although, you can't exist in space without the passage of time. So, everything's made out of time, space. I think logically we can't find a logically sound reason as to why horror should exist, and skeptical theism is just ignorance, and even if it's for soul building, some sufferings are soul crushing, and prayer doesn't work. When would we stop justifying evil ad infinitum? Well, okay, so the fifth dimension rules time, and we can't understand a dimension we don't inhabit. But what does it mean to rule? For one dimension to rule another? Like, does width rule length? You can change one thing from width to length if you just change the orientation of the object you're measuring. That's how dimensions work. Spaces could be measured in time to cross it at a given velocity. Thanks, zombie. Um, the higher dimension upholds the lower dimension like a tent. Okay, well, I don't know what that means. So, dimensions are just things, what, ways to measure a thing. For example, you might say the dimensions of an apple being sold at a store are like that a consumer might consider are weight, size, and you know, amount of blemishes on it or something. One of those dimensions may be weighted more heavily than others, but are there Bush's baked beans in the fifth dimension? I don't know. I don't really think there is a fifth dimension where actual things actually are. Have you seen those spiritual people online who say depression is a choice? It annoys me, and I bet they are not medical professionals. No, they're definitely not medical professionals. Depression is not a choice. And it is the case that lots of people have legitimate mental health problems. And it may also be the case that there are some non medical things they can do to address those. But, as somebody who's been prescribed antidepressants before, I don't take them anymore, but depression is not a choice. I feel like suffering is an us problem, not God's or the universe's. Everything wrong with this world involves other people and weird, fearful systems, beliefs, ideas we have in place. Well, I like that answer a lot, and that's a good answer to Samba Ball's point. If in fact humans are causing so much suffering for humans, then isn't it humans' responsibility to fix that? Now, granted, there's plenty of suffering that might be caused by natural causes, like tsunami hits or something. But that's kind of the cost of living in a dynamic world, right? As long as other people includes animals and other beings. I mean, it should for sure, and people ought to uphold worthwhile values and virtues, um, and ought to condemn wickedness. What if we are actually biological robots? I don't think. I think the definition of robot excludes biological. Just like you can't have a living stone, so too can you not have a biological robot. Biological robot, look at my biology. Does not compute. If we're biological robots, you mean you only experience yourself as making decisions, but it's just reactions going off that cannot actually be affected? I'm too smart to be a robot. Well, if I am a robot, I think one thing about robots is that they're made for a specific purpose. What purpose am I made for? But believers try to explain why there is evil and they try to control and influence non believers. Okay, well, I personally, I'm not a big fan of evangelism, proselytizing of any sort, but that's a separate question than the question of why is there evil in the world? Or the question of, like, if God is real, then why is there evil in the world? Personally, I'm not a big believer in arguing about God at all, but the point is, that's not a convincing argument. Yeah, quantum physics is definitely, we deal with a lot of paradox inducing stuff, but I'm not sure we really yet have the right answer about that stuff. Good and evil only exist in the minds of those who believe in them, they don't exist in reality. Well, sure they do, because they convey moral statuses that we can reasonably assign to certain prospective actions, and the person who engages in such actions incurs the status of, you know, morally prohibited wickedness or what have you. It's a absolutely legitimate way of drawing distinctions between different kinds of behavior, and there's no reason to think that we should afford it any less legitimacy than, say, concepts of say, say calling somebody dead or alive. The statuses mark a genuine, naturally occurring distinction, just as they do with morality. Well, that's true. They don't exist outside the human experience, but neither does anything else. There's nothing that we can talk about that doesn't begin with human observation. That's not a good reason to dismiss the legitimacy of moral reasoning. The way moose walk feels like the prototype. I felt that NDE love too. I feel like that's our default state, and we lose it when we lose ourselves in the chaos of reality. This could be a loving planet, but we got to start with us. NDE, near death experience. Huh. I sometimes watch those near death experience videos. I find them sometimes quite moving. And it's generally the case that whoever's telling their story seems to be very convinced of it themselves. Like, um, they don't seem to be bullshitting. That doesn't mean that what they experienced means any particular thing that they might say it means, but uh, I wonder what happens to incredibly evil people in the afterlife after they die. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things to wonder about the afterlife. Is the afterlife some sort of accounting for good and evil behavior during life? Maybe. Like, personally, I feel a lot of punishment for my own bad behavior in life, just like with me feeling guilty, hating myself, um, and like reliving the horror of having been bad. That's not necessarily punishment enough for me. I don't know. It's not like I've done things that are super bad, but hurt people I loved and stuff. So So I don't know. I guess that'll be up to whatever happens after I die as to whether I've I've suffered enough for my own bad behavior or whether I need to be expressly punished for it. I think all true suffering comes from human interactions. Well, or isolation. Isolation can certainly cause a great deal of suffering. Concepts are communicative, but what would you say about concepts that reference things that are happening? For example, strong nuclear force or weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, gravity, etc. Well, I think they're by and large attempting to describe the mechanics of reality, which we call physics. So, because things are somewhat dynamic at all times in reality, then we talk about them accordingly. I'm not really sure what you're trying to get at here. Things that are always happening. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just it. It's it's just the logic of the physical world or the mechanics of it. More of a TE thing than a TI thing in some ways. Hi, Alamo City Cello. Happy Rainbow Day to you. May all of your rainbow dreams come true. I'm so jealous of people who read a lot. I recently been reading more, but I'm jealous of people with so much knowledge. Well, I don't even hardly read anything anymore. I mostly watch YouTube videos. You can learn a lot watching YouTube videos. A certain percentage of the videos I watch are like fancy videos about like math and science stuff. Um, Most of the videos I watch are more entertainment oriented, but you start watching the right kind of YouTube videos, you can learn quite a bit about science, concepts, etc. You've been to the wrong side of YouTube shorts. It just seems for there to be a setting, there needs to be a standard. For there to be a setting, there needs to be a standard. I'm not sure I understand you. I wonder what they're doing at CERN. A lot of the conspiracy, paranormally kind of vibe channels are, I think something weird's going on there. A parameter. As Schopenhauer put it, the will creates desire, desire creates lack, and lack creates suffering. He was quite a pessimist. That's pretty pessimistic. So you're saying that there's not a parameter for things like gravity? Or, yeah, well, like a mathematician would tell you that we don't need to understand that in any sense other than how its role in the in the math, right? Like, it doesn't need to actually represent anything real in the universe because it represents something real in how we calculate things. The parameter that controls the speed of universal expansion. Well, I mean, presumably it would begin with propulsion from a central point outward, right? And what do you mean by what parameter controls the speed of it? Like, why don't things keep accelerating forever? Wouldn't you say it's gravity? Any day I can wipe my own ass is a very, very good day. Look at me as I wipe my own ass. It's a very, very good day. Talking about the cosmological constant. I mean, I don't really know. I'm just suggesting that something like pi, right? Pi doesn't represent anything concrete in the world. It represents uh, a mathematical reality of calculating certain things about circles, right? So it's not it's not representative of anything other than its role in how we calculate certain kinds of answers. Do I meditate? No, I don't really meditate at all. I saw on the news another UK ambassador was arrested because of the Epstein chaos. Good job, UK. I wish America were being a little bit more arresty than it is, for sure. Former ambassador, huh? Sure, Ruben. My pleasure. Thanks for your question. I wish I felt as though I understood it better. I'm not that like knowledgeable about physics concepts and stuff. I do watch plenty of videos about it, but you can only understand things that are so complicated with videos that are intended to help people grasp complicated things. And I do watch such videos. And I like them, like they say. Well, here's a complicated math thing, and here's how what's really going on in ways that regular people can understand. I like those videos. There were allegedly pictures exposed on TMZ of Prince Andrew laying next to a toddler. Oh God. I meant I love nights more than days or day lights. Well, hi Alex Holdfast. I mean, it's freaking horrible. I'm still kind of hungry. One thing I could make for dinner potentially is tuna melts. It sounds pretty good and not something we've had in a while. We don't really have any cheese, or do we have cheese? I don't think we have any cheese. If we don't have any cheese, then there's not going to be any tuna melt. Womp, 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 womp. Well, there goes that possibility. I could make corned beef hash. Not so bad an idea. How does one figure out their dominant function? The dominant function is so natural. Well, it really depends on what the function is. One doesn't really go about directly determining that. One uses a process of elimination plus a bunch of other things and eventually figures out their type configuration, which will include their dominant function. Why do I not feel very good? Probably because you're at the end of a bottle of alcohol. Oh yeah, that whole thing. Right. Now I remember. Having a little candy. Do I live in LA? No. I live in Mariposa. These are good. You wish your pizza were a constantly pairing universe. Well, then you wouldn't run out, but probably large sections would go bad pretty quickly. Person's blind spot can be easily identified in some cases with specific tests. TE is pretty easy to test for. DI works pretty well. NE. It's a pretty reliable test for NI. But not so much for the other function. You can't beat a little candy. Do you know that clonazepam and nimbutal, best drugs in the world? Bipolar may be relatively easy to spot for some people, but that doesn't mean there's a good test for it. It's those questions I ask, like the genealogy ones and the syllogism ones. You know, like some frogs fly, all things that fly play baseball. Is it necessarily the case that some frogs play baseball? Those kind of questions. Those are TI questions. Gerstern it. Gerstern it. That's fine. It's fine, everybody. You can stop panicking now. Yeah, so you said, well, you know, are you bad enough at those kinds of questions, both those kinds of questions, to qualify as TI polar? I don't know. I'd have to actually test you. Wow, there's like zero sports on tonight, right now. But there will be sports on at 6 o'clock. There'll be number 5 Houston versus number 14 Kansas. Tuesday, the men's team is playing UCLA. Wednesday, the women's team is playing Penn State. We lost to Ohio State. It was horrible. We should have won that game. But, the women's team's having a little bit of a struggle this year. Let's just be honest about it. It's not the best year. The Athletics so far in spring training are 0-3. The Giants are 3-0. But like Kurtz only had one at bat today. Well, I know he must have had 2 at bats with a walk, I guess, because he did score a run. He had 2 plate appearances, probably with a walk, which counts as one at bat. It looks like we're not really playing our starting people that much right now. At least I don't recognize a lot of names here. Hernandez, some of them I do. Pitchers. JT Ginn, G Jump, T Ferguson. I don't like Ferguson. He's a terrible pitcher. Alvarado, Net, Krisky, Hernandez, Suero. We will see exactly who the Athletics end up fielding as their team after spring training. I mean, that sounds like super old, too cool for school. I don't really have an FE polar test. Or I do kind of, but oh, did I say like? Well, like the one I kind of use is if I ask them to say a given statement first normally and then sarcastically, they can usually pick up on sarcasm and distinguish it if I'm saying it, but they can't really do it themselves. As an NI, I deeply admire the inning. Same thing annoys me also if it's too much inning do things I find hard, yet what I do I see any struggle with greatly. Well, to be any John you gotta be NI ignoring. I mean sometimes obvious answer can be right in front of my face and I'll be not able to see it. If all Schnoodles are Schneiders and I'm a Schneider, am I necessarily a Schnoodle? Uh, no. If it said only Schnoodles are Schneiders, then if you're a Schneider, you're a Schnoodle. Wait, are you saying that Samba Ball was correct? Because, in fact, Too Cool for School and I were correct. Yes, he was. I like your schnoodle Schneider. I think those are good terms to use. I don't understand myself and I'm not sure who I am because I have multiple personality disorders, so no idea what type that makes me. I mean, do you really have multiple personality disorder? Or is mullet personality disorder different? That's when you have a mullet. I don't think having a mullet qualifies as personality disorder. A bunch of people in my life say my weakness is also being a big mouth. Like they say I get too sassy when someone disrespects me. Thank you. It showed up in my brain when it was time to generate a TI test. All A or B, some B or C, no C or D. I have A and D. Possible or contradiction? Possible. Yes, it's possible because some B's might not be C's, and something that's not a C can, in fact, be a D. B's and D's, P's and Q's, A's and C's, what do you do? P's and Q's, R's and S's, we'll have a good time wearing those dresses. I'm tired of these letters and their representing things. Who do they think they are? Can't take Judy goes to the store and cram it into P. It's not fair to Judy or the store. You're being unfair to Judy and unfair to the store. 36. Oh yeah, all right. What do you say now? Oh yeah, all right. How do you say it? Oh yeah, all right. What do you say now? I said, oh yeah, all right. How do you say it? Let's go. Can I play with both hands? No, not really. Maybe a little bit, but upon a time in a Saturday night, I saw an ENFP. They were standing in the line, and I asked them what they're doing, and they came over here. They said, we're experimenting with our stairs, and we know that everything that annoys Bruce Moose is implicit to how we go about our business, and it annoys him, it's surely true. But you know what, we're just being us, so what can you do? Oh yeah. And even though he finds them annoying, deep in his heart he knows he has a soft spot for them. Maybe it's cloying, but he wants to never be apart. He wants to spend the rest of his days living with ENFPs and all of their ways. But the ENFPs say, you know what, now we're insulted, so get out of here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 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 ENFPs. We're talking about things like flowers and trees. Yeah, they love stuff like that, and they have their feelings and they feel it, so they're like play music like, ooh yeah, I feel it, yo. And ENFPs, they know what they want to do. They want to annoy you, Bruce Moose. He's like, get out of here, ENFPs, you are clearly annoying me. But they're like, no, because we're experiencing our feelings. Thank you, thank you. I can a little bit play with two hands sometimes, but I usually don't play with two hands. Guys work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived. They work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven are a couple of guys. Work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived. They work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven love delivering cheese. Russ and Steven love delivering cheese. Thank you. I'm getting a little better at it, yeah. Getting a little bit better at it, but still can't really play it, you know. I've only been trying to for like, I don't know, 30 years or something. I literally, no, I didn't write it 30 years ago, but probably like 20, at least 20 years ago I wrote that song. And I still can't play it. Isn't that wonderful?
Thank you, wonderful.
Thanks, darling. Okay, piano, off you go. Get out of here. Get out of here, kid. You're bugging me.
Whoa.
Got a little bit of fall overiness to it for sure. But it has not actually yet ever fallen over. Despite it threatening to do so all the time.
That's good.
So I think I'm going to make us some corned beef hash
That sounds good.
to eat. You want some of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go do that right now. Y'all, can mental illness correlate with MBTI types? I don't think so, to be honest. If it does, I don't have any good reason to think that it does, you know. It may be the case that certain types, certain functions correlate with certain kinds of actual mental illnesses. But if you're talking about real mental illnesses like bipolar mania or schizophrenia, I think probably not. But I don't really know. As I always say and stress, typology is a description of normal human psychology, not abnormal. Regular psychology, generally does a pretty good job with abnormal psychology. So, if you're talking about behavior/personality disorders like BPD, psychology does a good job of explaining where that comes from. If you're talking about things like bipolar or schizophrenia, psychiatry does a good job of medicating those things. Or at least a lot better job than any alternative. But when you're talking about explaining how the range of normal people, how and why the range of normal people expresses like it does, well, normal psychology has many competing explanations, none of which are adequate. Cognitive functions pretty comprehensively explains how and why people manifest as they do, and why the range of possible expressions, how and why the range of possible expressions is finite, and how configurations of those finite number of expressions predictably look/test or whatever, All right. We've got this, which I like to call a pan. And we're going to need the next thing that we need before we successfully cook something. That's something to put inside of the pan. Okay. So, here's the thing we're going to cook. It's called corned beef hash. It's made out of corned beef and potatoes, I believe. And, of course, love. We're going to use this can opener to open the can. There. We've successfully opened the can. We're going to get that stuff. Then we're going to turn this heat on. Wrong one. I wonder if I will ever stop doing that. If I will ever stop pushing the wrong and turning the wrong knob for the stove thing. We have lived here now for like 3 years, a little more than 3 years, and I still turn the wrong knob on the stove. What's up with that? Have you ever bought Filipino corned beef? I don't think so. SI in the 8th slot. I'd rather be ignorant to it, yet it can't be ignored. It's like everybody's 8th slot. It's a good way to put it. SC. I'd rather be ignorant of it, but it can't be ignored. That's how I feel about SC. So the key to making corned beef hash is to make it extra crispy. You kind of gotta babysit it, stir it a lot. Thanks, darling. I'm blind to see things in front of me. On front of you. Blind to things in front of you, huh? How are you with things behind you? So, you're just gonna stir this bit. Let it sizzle, stir it some more, let it sizzle. Repeat, rinse, repeat until you have some delicious crispy corned beef. And then you'll have a wonderful meal in front of you. One thing that I've noted, at least certainly I noted it last time I went to Black Bear Diner, you gotta be really careful about ordering corned beef hash in a restaurant. It's not necessarily gonna be good at all. If you are gonna order it there, make sure you order it extra crispy. But even then, they may not use like this kind of corned beef hash, you know? It's just sizzling away, cooking its little heart out, crisping up its outer edges with flavors and delight. Plenty of brown sauce with that, Eric. I don't have any brown sauce. I'm not even sure what brown sauce is. I'm thinking of liver and onions. No liver here. For some reason, it's reminding me of Lorenz. Think hypervigilance. Plenty of brown sauce with that. Liver, I got more familiar with it when I took a very inaccurate MBTI test, so I decided to research more about MBTI. There certainly isn't any liver here. I made myself all of the time. That's cooking up pretty good. You know, one possibility for later, if we're still hungry after this or something, I could also make pancakes. So yes, I'm having to do a little scraping here. The stuff's getting stuck to the bottom of this pan. You know what? Sometimes that's what life has in store. A little bit of scraping. That scrapes a lot better than this. It does take a while to cook. Not something you can just whip up instantly if you want it done properly. Now we're cooking with biscuits, starting to get some crisping on here. Some crisping Glover. We're getting there. But it's still way too mushy. According to the corned beef hash accords that Major Power signed after World War I, corned beef hash should be cooked to a level of at least crispiness 4. Oh yeah. Now we're crisping. Crisp up, little crisper. that? We're getting good crispiness. Thanks, darling. We're getting reasonably close to being done here. When it is done, it's gonna be like pretty dried out, you know. You don't want that much wetness left in your corned beef hash. Getting some good color on it. So yeah, you know, cooking out most of the wetness from a can of corned beef hash, it takes a little while because it comes out of the can quite wet and undercooked. I mean, it's fully cooked, but it's not how it tastes good. Okay, we are getting very close now. Very close indeed. We're getting very close veins. Okay. Give it another flip maybe, but we're about ready. Prince Andrew, I'm glad you're arrested. Okay. I think that's about done. I do. Seems about half an hour. Of course, a can of corned beef hash is not a ton of food, so I probably will have to make pancakes after this, I think. Well, this might tide us over for a little while. Yeah. Okay. I just need a couple of spoons and we're good to go. Usually a hard one, though, in fairness. But someone up there was spot on. Was someone up there God? Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh. Hippocrates is an ENFP. Hmm. Well, it's true. This is
Good.
corned beef from a can, but that's considerably easier than making your own corned beef hash.
It's still good.
Oh yeah, I think it's delicious.
It is.
Hmm. What type do you think we are? You can't tell what type somebody is from the chat. I mean, sometimes somewhat a little bit, but I can already tell this is not going to be enough food. I should have made both cans of it. Follow your heart, and your dreams will follow your heart. If you shoot for the stars, you'll land on the moon and then fall back to earth. Hi, Carlos Paiva. Now, if you shoot for the moon and fall short, then you end up stuck in the upper atmosphere, possibly in low orbit, and that can be a problem. Hmm. Hmm. You could get stuck in the moon's eye, that's true. Then you'd be cleared away by a moon teardrop. I'm an ENTP. INFJ. I never had any. Like, I've never had a single test of any kind ever typing in anything but ENTP. And before I knew about cognitive functions, I encountered MPTI at some point, read the type descriptions, immediately thought, oh, I'm an ENTP, Never doubted it for a second ever since. Yeah, INFJ and ENTP do work well together, and that has a lot to do with why Rachel and I have such a good relationship.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. But it's also the case that just because two types are typologically compatible, that the relationship is not necessarily going to work. Like, the problem with my last relationship wasn't typological incompatibility; it was that she was BPD. Yeah. But it's also the case that um, typological compatibility can make it easier to navigate a relationship. Like, Rachel and I aren't going to have conflicting values very often because our 1-5 are compatible and our 4-8 are compatible, and our 2-3 flip is yeah. I mean, there's a lot of haters there too cool for school. And many people engage typology in this weird, like, you don't get to be part of the special group kind of thing. Because they want to establish that they themselves are typological experts more so than the people who claim they are, or what have you. Or they run afoul of me at some point and genuinely dislike me, or who knows. The people who are saying those kinds of things are not, regardless of what their motivation is, they're not doing typology well at all. How well is typology known? I mean, things about it might be known by a lot of people, but it's not known well by really much of anybody. And understanding it incorrectly is not better than not understanding it at all. But I don't want to fight those battles. Those kind of battles require, like, before I can even explain to that person why they're wrong, they need to understand what a definition is and what it's supposed to do and what a model is and what a manner of paying attention comprises, and a whole bunch of prerequisite stuff they do not know and don't want to learn. So I just can't have those arguments without them driving me crazy. Hi, Steve Bellins. Do you have the guts to join the open panel? Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen tonight, Steve. It's really as simple as this. Being on a panel just doesn't really sound fun to me. It sounds like frustrating because I mean I guess it would depend on what the topic is to some extent. There are certain kinds of topics that people like to talk about, and they have certain kinds of questions that they're implicit to that topic. And in some instances, those questions have a clear and definitive answer. There's nothing left to argue about. In those instances, I find such conversations very frustrating because everybody's there to share their opinion about something that's already determined. Other kinds of questions or conversations are more like, um, do you think Jeffrey Epstein's still alive? Like that's kind of an interesting topic, you know. A lot of people who think he is still alive and they smuggle him out and put a body double. I think it's more likely that he's dead, but not the way that officially he died. You know, I don't believe that he did that. He killed himself. I think that he was murdered by people employed to do that in defense of their powerful interests. But there's no way to know for sure, right? That's just one of the things one intuits stuff about. Why do you have 6-7 at the end of your username? Yeah, have you thought of having StreamYard? Not really. They supposedly want all the smoke and drama, and all to that statement are cowards. He's got enough money to fake his own death. I mean, it's possible, but it's also possible that people who he knew stuff about wanted him silenced forever, right? There was an email in the files by someone who worked for the U.S. Federal Smith saying in an email Epstein was still alive in Colorado. I heard also that he was alive in Israel. I think we are very young. Too cool. So stay away from Jeffrey Epstein. And you know, somebody the other night said that Ghislaine Maxwell lady. I'm not quite sure how to say her first name, but that's not really her. That's a fake, a person who's a different person who just kind of looks like her, but not really her. That's what some people say. I don't know if that's correct or not. I'm not sure how you get somebody to do that job for you and take all the punishment for you, but there are ways I can imagine in which that could be attained. MP has been arrested in the UK, same charge as ex-Prince Andrew. Ex-Prince? You mean they ex-Princed him? Did they, like, excommunicate him from royalty? You just never know in this murky world. When are you coming to India? Never. It could be It could all be a huge distraction away from something more serious. That's conceivable. They ex-Princed him a while back. Yeah, he's now just Andrew. What did they call him in the press? Ex-Prince Andrew? Or Andrew Windsor? So who did that? Prince Charles? I mean, King Charles? Are they calling him Lord Mountbatten still? So he's not a prince, but he's a lord still? Okay. Royalty, I tell you. The whole thing is so ridiculous. Like, we have special blood that makes us more important than you. Right, he was stripped of Lord Mountbatten as well, huh? Wow. And it was Charles who did it? If so, good for King Charles. Oh, Andrew Mountbatten. Yeah, no thanks, Rory. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Well, good for Charles. Maybe that means he didn't get up to that stuff? I don't know. It seems like he was kind of always into this Camilla lady.
Yeah, he was.
I don't think he ever really wanted to marry Diana.
No, he didn't. I think I heard somewhere like he did it because like.
Or probably because he couldn't marry Camilla.
Yeah. What?
Probably because he couldn't marry Camilla.
Yeah, I think Camilla was married at the same time too, and like she wasn't royalty. I don't know.
Apparently, he's still in line of succession. He's eighth in line to the throne. Well, very unlikely they're going to get to him then. There's 7 people in front of him. The History of the Royal Bloodline is a good read. Teabag, will you stop being gross? There's no reason to be gross like that. You got no more titles, motherfucker. Is he like in custody? I heard he had been arrested. I wonder if he's out on bail or what. Do they have bail in England? Well, Charles knew but didn't say anything. Well, I mean, until he became king, he was kind of like listening to his mother, I guess. I don't know. Should he have said something before he became king? Maybe. Oh, they released him, huh? Well, sure he's not, blithely walking around town. People will probably say stuff to him. Swimming in the Ganges sounds like an instant case of dysentery. Horror Malls YouTube. Hello, Thor and Gretel. Hello, Thor and Gretel. Greetings from Iceland. Welcome to Mariposa County, California. You've got heavy snow tonight? We've got snow on the ground outside here ourselves. It was grilled for 12 hours. No more embroidered pillows and stuff. He doesn't have the perks and benefits of being a royal, which I don't know what those are, but they're probably very fancy. I'm sure it includes a place to live and servants and stuff like that. You are 54 miles away from your nearest neighbors. Wow. You're really out in the boonies. I'm kind of out in the woods. We live in a little neighborhood out here with, a number of houses around. The loneliest place in the world. Thank goodness for the internet, huh? Would you not think it includes embroidered pillows? No, I agree with you, Ruben. I I'd be surprised if a royal head ever lay upon a pillow that didn't feature at least a little bit of embroidery. I'm gonna concede the point, and probably not just embroidered with random things, but with their monogram. He now lives in King Charles's private residence. It's huge. Well, hopefully he'll go to jail. What emotion am I feeling right now? Sharp poop pains. That's not an emotion, New Groove. God. Physical body sensations are not. Well, I mean, emotions do have a physical body expression, but things like pooping and peeing are not emotions. Frightening from the Russian troops near us for 3 years, 168 miles. Yeah, well, I can understand why that would be frightening. Obviously, I'm not pleased with the way the U.S. has dealt with the whole Ukraine thing at all. I think we should have been having troops on the ground from the very get go as soon as Donetsk and Luhansk happened to make sure that Russia understood that we were not going to permit their authoritarian empire building. Unfortunately, we don't have any good leaders, so relief, gratitude, maybe those are emotions. I'm not sure. I'm not really an expert on emotions. What emotion are you feeling today, Rachel?
Is tired an emotion?
Not really, but
Feeling,
it's a
right?
feeling. It's a.
Um, hmm.
His bodyguard has spoken up about Andrew in interviews, and he's had threats to shut up. Hmm. Well, you know, powerful people with money and a lot of connections and stuff. They they do what they can to avoid accountability, obviously, and they're a lot more able to avoid accountability than regular people. That's for sure. Hello, Acacia. How are you doing? Yeah, look at that level. Yeah, at that level. Yeah. Well, it's interesting all the stuff that Kevin Spacey has said since he kind of got canceled. He's always intimating stuff about the royal family, like he could tell on them or something. And, like he'll make these super creepy YouTube videos where he's drinking out of a cup that has like the royal family's seal on it or something. It's weird. I don't know what to make of it. It's certainly a rabbit hole that one can go down. Um, like digging into these billionaires, celebrities, famous people, and the like horrible things they've gotten up to, gotten away with, etc.
Like it's crazy. Even people who you think are like famous, but like don't really have any news about them. Like you don't like hear gossip. Like the Hadid sisters, Gigi and Bella Hadid, are in the Epstein files, and like there's an email that goes like, oh well, about a random girl. Oh well, if she wants to break into the industry, they can go like the Hadid route with us. Like, and I was like, oh my god, like
So,
they
what's
they
the Hadid route exactly?
Hadid route was like with Epstein through those
Oh, okay, I
channels.
see.
Yeah,
Wow.
I know.
I'm gonna ask Grok how many emotions there are. My guess is there are five: happiness, sadness, anger, fear, and like I guess curiosity slash excitement or interest or something. 3 million files. Wow.
And like Trump is named 1.5 million times in the emails.
Wow. Anger, disgust, fear, happiness, sadness, and surprise. Those are your six basic emotions, huh? Cool.
I wonder what it says like. We found that like those emotion wheels, like the inside ones, the basic ones would change.
Yeah. There's actually 5 million files, but they're holding back on 2 million.
No, I mean that Trump's name is mentioned 1.5, but it could be that they've.
Right. Well, he's just saying his name's mentioned that many times in the 3 million files
Oh, I
they've
see. I
released,
know.
but
That's
they've
like
actually
it's
have two
crazy.
more million files they haven't released.
That's crazy.
Must go against national security, maybe. Well, I mean, it's so weird that like the legislative bodies can't get together to impeach him on this
I
point.
know. It's crazy. What's going on?
Um, I just think there's inadequate impetus to do it with a finite amount of time left in his term, something like that.
Well, they
Wait, did you see how Trump was mentioned as being the OG whistleblower in Epstein? No, I did not see that.
huh. Why would you want to out himself though? Maybe if you thought he would out Epstein, that like it would deter people from talking about him.
I mean,
I mean,
who knows
Trump's
why?
just a scumbag. I'm
It,
sorry, Ruben. I don't know if you
it,
voted
it,
for him, but
it
he's
would
a
it
scumbag.
would likely be something like Epstein did something to piss Trump off, so
That's
vindictively Trump
yeah.
was
So
trying to go after him.
yeah.
It would be something like that. Because it's not like Trump has sufficient to legitimately be, like outraged by equivalent behavior by other people.
He's such an idiot. Like, obviously, if you're gonna whistleblow on Epstein, you're whistleblowing on yourself too, dude. Like, he's so dumb. He's so dumb. Mm. But there is a list of people who have been talking about what's been going on in the industry for years, and Justine Beatman might have been on there.
On what list?
A list of like people who've been trying to
Oh,
whistleblow
we've been trying
for
to whistleblow.
years. Yeah, like Courtney Love was on there, which also is but there were a bunch of people that
Unit group. Well, I think it's going to be a lot harder in the present and going forward for people to pull this kind of stuff. It seems to be increased kind of vigilance potentially among people. I
I
don't
don't like her
like
either.
Courtney Love either.
That's the thing. Like that's the thing that makes me feel like conflicted because like she's been telling the truth, but she also is possibly a murderer. So.
Yeah, they just recently said that a new group of
Mhm.
of investigators looked at the crime scene and said, all the crime scene evidence and said it looked like a staged crime scene.
Yeah, yeah, and that he was actually dead before he was shot.
Yeah.
They want to
So who knows?
open it up again.
It's also the case that the writing abruptly changes on the note for reasons unclear, right?
Yeah,
Like,
that's true. That they did find that.
so who knows what happened with that? I've said that from the beginning. Well, a number of people have had doubts about that from early on. Epstein recruited Trump's female employees away from Mar-a-Lago, and that made him mad, and so he told on them.
That's probably yeah. You know who was big whistleblower on Trump was Robin Williams. He would just stand up and say how, you know, in a joking way, how in a, kind of jokey way where we're supposed to laugh, but also he's telling the truth. Um, he's like, oh yeah, Trump is he's Miss USA, Miss Universe. He's like it's like a cycle and they never come back or something like that. Like basically insinuating that like he's like this is illegal stuff going on.
And who was saying this?
Robin Williams.
Oh,
Yeah. He said how Robin Williams' daughter met Trump and Trump was like, your daughter's hot. And he like Robin Williams was just completely disgusted.
wow, interesting. The thing that's weird about this stuff is, it's like, I feel you, Ruben, that you get people who aren't interested in telling two sides of a story, but it's also the case that in this instance, it would seem we have sufficient information about these people doing awful things
Yeah,
that
it's
it doesn't really matter if they did anything redeeming.
it's pretty bad. The emails are bad. The pictures are even worse. It's bad. Like Elon Musk being telling Epstein like, oh, your epic, legendary, dirty parties. Can't wait to go again.
I mean, I'm not committed to Orange Man Bad. I never have been, you know, heretofore. But as more stuff comes out, I feel, I guess, less of a need to uh, I guess, promote balanced discourse
Yeah,
on the
I'm
matter,
sorry.
right? Like, at a certain point, it maybe I haven't been presented a bunch of evidence enough to vote him guilty in a court of law at the moment, but I've seen a fair amount of stuff that paints a pretty damning picture of the guy.
Honestly, you're in deep denial if you don't recognize that this guy is a bad guy.
Ruben's not saying that. Ruben's talking about the quality of the news coverage. Not He's not saying that that he's trying to find some middle ground about Trump. He's saying he wants the people who are presenting information to not be biased, or to be presenting information accurately rather than pursuing any particular agenda, and that's fine.
The problem is that he's so divisive that even he CNN who tries to be neutral, he insults. So it's like you got Fox. Fox is it's really hard to be unbiased about Trump when all of this really horrific stuff is coming out about him. So it's like Fox News, right, who would be pro Trump, would talk more about him in a pleasant way, but it's hard right now because there's like facts coming out that just show him, paint him in a really, really horrific light.
Look, I would agree, Ruben, that none of the major news networks is really committed to being responsible journalists about these things. Uh,
Well, I mean, I'm presupposing because that's what journalism's supposed to be. I don't think it is anymore because I think politics has gotten so divisive that like it's I don't the only the only one that I can think of is like BBC. We have to go outside for our news. Um
but the other thing is, it's very difficult to sustain arguments along the lines of let's have discourse about these matters
mhm.
without anger, or let's try to um, be disinterested in our calculi and not get distracted by irrelevant stuff when the the things that we're dealing with represent terrible crimes, and
Yeah, it's pretty
and
bad.
it kind of, I guess it's kind of doing a disservice to the truth to pretend that it's a more nuanced issue than it is, you know.
Mm.
Well, I agree with you that a given body producing news should be judged on any given article's merits or what have you, but it's also the case that uh, some sources are consistently more reliable in upholding certain standards than others.
Yeah, and yeah, even that's being messed up though, because like New York Times, right? They've known to be a good source of news, but they jumped the gun with the Blake Lively case and did a report about how Justin Baldoni like sexually harassed Blake Lively without any facts or anything, just a written thing by Blake. So they didn't do their
Due diligence.
yes.
Well,
So it's like, uh,
they will get, they can get sued and will
yeah,
get
they
sued for
can,
that
they
shit.
can. They did actually. Justin sued New York Times, but the court dropped it.
Huh.
It was going to be too big of a case, I guess.
I'm gonna get some fresh coffee here. The thing is, for any given like current event, political thing, or whatever, if you want to research it in depth, you can find all kinds of stuff on it, and you can do a good job of distinguishing between information that's reliable and not. You can make a lot of determinations accordingly. Like when I was researching COVID stuff a long time ago, I came to the conclusion that it was almost certainly lab created and lab released early on because I was deep into the research and finding the right kinds of information about it, right? Where, and then much later, the general news media said that, you know, like the CIA said today that it's most likely lab release and what have you. The dishonest news would have just reported honestly about Trump. He never would have gotten elected in the first place. I mean, you got to remember who he was running against.
It's pretty bad.
Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris.
Pretty bad. I think there's like a lot of buyer's remorse, I guess you can say, when it comes to having voted for Trump. There's a lot of people, and I give those people grace too, because I really don't.
I mean, the thing is, the best thing to do really was what we did, which is not vote at all. But for people who were going to vote, voting for Trump at that time probably made more sense than voting for Harris, knowing what we knew then, right? We didn't know.
We didn't know. Yeah, we had no idea. So, are you going outside? I want to go with you.
Yeah, sure. Come with me.
I'm like so attached.
Your aunt had wheels, huh? She was a bus? If my aunt had wheels, she would be a bus. Because she has all the other parts of a bus, except the wheels already. She already has seats and windows, an engine, steering wheel. The only thing she needs, the only thing left before she becomes a fully realized bus is the wheels. I better put on another jacket too. Let me get another jacket as well. I see. So it's the equivalent of if ifs and buts were candy and nuts. That's,
All of us would have a Merry Christmas.
yes. Casey Jones said if my aunt had wheels, she'd be a bus.
Oh. Oh.
Which is just another way of saying if things were different, they wouldn't be the same.
I've been seeing, so like the Northeast got hit by a blizzard, and I've been seeing like videos of like recordings of people like doing like snow stuff.
Mhm.
I don't know, they're funny.
Like snowboarding down the driveway?
Yeah, sort of like, yeah, and like, you know, like playing football in the middle of the street. Oh, but the one that made me really happy was there was this elderly lady crossing the street with a cane, and like here's the elderly lady, and there was like this younger lady like also on the opposite side of the street, and like she helped her, like the elderly lady. It was so nice.
And somebody
like,
filmed it.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Mhm. Is it snowman time here? I don't want to touch.
Yeah. It make my hands super cold, or I have to put on gloves to make a snowman.
Yeah. Like drawing a circle in the snow in their driveway and tossing rocks from afar to try to land in the circle.
Sounds like Winter Olympics version of cornhole.
Yeah. I like that. I like that, Acacia.
Cornhole is a funny name for that game.
Yeah, it is.
I wonder why it's called cornhole. Where does the corn come from? They should just call it hole.
Hole.
Or bag hole.
Yeah, bag hole.
Because you throw a bag.
Bean.
Maybe originally they threw corn.
Yeah, maybe.
Corn might be more of a challenge because you got to get it pointing this way to go through the hole. You know?
Yeah, and it doesn't really stay on the angled board either, right?
Right,
I
it
would
would
see it.
roll off.
Yeah,
Probably.
I would think most of the time.
Well, you know, at some point people said, let's stop wasting corn.
Yeah, they realized they could feed it to their pigs. Cornhole makes me think one is trying to throw something into someone's butt from a distance.
Well, maybe that's why it's called cornhole. Maybe that corn is synonym for butt.
Oh.
And the hole in the board is really the bull's butthole.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ruben says, let's play some hole, Acacia.
You know what's a pretty fun game actually that I haven't played in a long time? Skee ball.
Oh my gosh, I haven't played skee ball in forever either. That was always like hit or miss for me. I don't know, my aim is so bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying I was particularly good at it, but I found it fun.
It is fun. That is fun.
And try to get some tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Turn it in for like a whistle, a plastic whistle or something.
Yeah, and if you get like one of the corner holes, you get like 100 points or something.
Yeah, but if you miss that, then it goes all the way down to like 5 points.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You got to decide: am I that daring to try to make that shot?
Am I that daring to make that shot? No. Well, I try. I try sometimes.
Yeah.
You want it.
It's like, and if you get it once, you think, ooh, I can keep getting that.
Yeah,
one.
yeah. You continue to try it over and over, but no.
Well, it certainly is better than those kind of carnival games where you try to win a stuffed animal, but it's like actually impossible to do. You know, like throw the ball, knock over the 3 milk bottles, but you can never knock over all 3 of them for some reason. Or the basketball one, where the hoop is shaped weird, so it's super hard to get it through.
Yeah.
Yeah, those games can be a little frustrating if you're trying to win a stuffed animal for a girl or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pronounced Carnivale? I didn't know that.
When did Carnivale happen? When did Mardi Gras? Has it happened? Mardi Gras?
I don't think Mardi Gras happened yet because it happens on like Fat Tuesday. No, that's the end of Mardi Gras. That's the beginning of Mardi Gras.
Did Ash Wednesday happen?
Did Ash Wednesday happen? Well, I don't see any ash on my head.
Yeah, it happened on the 18th. Oh, Mardi Gras happened on the 17th.
Of February?
Yeah.
Woo, Mardi Gras! Spring break! Spring break's coming up soon. So you guys are going to get a lot of exposure during spring break, obviously. As long as you have some beads to give me. Carnivale, yeah. That's how the Latin people say it.
Is Carnivale specifically in Brazil?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
When is Brazil's Carnivale?
Brazil Carnivale. Yeah.
Rachel and I are planning to go down there in Samba this year. R.I.P. Girls Gone Wild commercials late at night as a teenager. Well, that guy went to jail for various kinds of sexual assault stuff.
Well, that stuff wasn't exactly... It's exploitative.
Is ice hockey bigger in Canada? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But they still lost to America in the Olympics.
Yep.
But they looked better the whole game, really. We just had this one genius goal at the beginning, and then We held them to just one goal the whole rest of the game, and then we won in overtime. It was very dramatic. So many people on my plane were ash heads. Hmm. Well, I guess that means they were Catholics. Were you on a flight to Vatican City? Yeah, that stuff seemed evil. I agree. How many luge tracks do you think we got? How many medals in luge? I don't know if we got any medals in luge. I know that yes, also the teenager, me too. You know, I'm not going to deny that those commercials like drew my attention for sure. I can tell you that the Germans got first and second place in four-man luge, but that I think it was the Swiss snuck in to get third place, so they didn't sweep the podium. How many physical luge tracks do we have? I don't have personally any, but yeah, well, bobsled doesn't seem like it would be that hard. You just ride in this thing down the track.
Oh my god, stop. I can't even talk about Girls Gone Wild. I know too much to even like think that that was like an okay thing.
He agrees that it wasn't, and also he says that as a teenager when he didn't know any of that stuff,
Right, when you don't know. I mean, but the thing is, like, it was setting girls up to be like that. Like, they might not have, like, naturally been, I don't know. I think
The whole thing's
so
ugly,
much,
but
I just know.
yeah. Who doesn't have a luge track? We don't have a luge track. We don't even have a bobsled track.
Jared and Kay, but Jared really has a snowboard track.
Yeah, he made it in his driveway the other night. He went down on a snowboard, and
Yeah, he did good.
Rachel went down on a sled.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was a real winter activity evening. The U.S. actually got second in terms of total medals at the Winter Olympics,
I'm
which is,
surprised it was third for a while.
it's quite good for the U.S. to get second in the Winter Olympic medals, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. Was
Who,
Italy third?
maybe they were. Norway was first.
Which
Norway
makes a
killed it.
lot of sense
It
to
does
me.
make a lot of sense. They do get a
They
lot of snow there.
they like basically invented those games.
Yeah, they have both mountains for downhill skiing and flat places for cross country
Mhm.
skiing.
Yeah.
They seem to be.
I can't believe it's over.
Yeah, I know, right?
Like it went so fast. Like for me, for some reason, like the Summer Olympics seemed to last longer. Maybe I didn't watch it as much.
Yeah, well, I watched a fair amount of it,
Yeah.
but I still feel like I missed quite a bit of it. There's a lot of stuff going on. It's hard to
Yeah.
watch it all.
It was hard. There was a lot going on when we weren't up too. So like
Yeah.
a lot of it was recorded. But the same thing with France too. France isn't like what there may be like a time zone different.
I don't. I don't know how. I don't know what the clocks are
Yeah,
like
me
between
neither.
France and Italy.
Mhm.
Downtons, Downtons and Flattons.
Downtons and Abbeys.
Did
Did you watch Downton Abbey, Ruben?
you get your fancy on? One of the shows that I watched when I lived in Laverne, it's funny, Rachel knows what it is. It's this one about Queen Victoria
Oh yeah, yeah,
and,
Victoria.
and her husband who was into trains and stuff. And I watched, like, I don't know, multiple episodes of it. And at some point I realized, oh my God, There is no story here. It's just a bunch of random things,
Mm-hmm.
one right after another. There's no point, no story, no arc to anything. It's just period piece nonsense. Some mountains are Downtons, and some Downtons are Abbeys. Did I watch Downton Abbey? Yes, you did.
Did you finish it? I wasn't able to finish it. Some of the storylines are like I was very frustrated with, so I was like, I'm out. I watched it with my parents. They really, really liked it.
My mom loves stuff like that.
She would have
Masterpiece
liked Downton
Theater.
Abbey.
Yeah, she watched Masterpiece Theater and she liked those kind of like English shows
Mm-hmm.
they had on PBS sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You finished it
Wow.
and watched the first movie. Wow. You're a
Wow.
real
That's like
Downton
impressive.
Downton
I just like
Abbeyite.
when when uh um maybe it's a well like my dad likes masterpiece theater and stuff probably more than my mom. My mom like she's I don't know how she heard of Downton Abbey. Probably from my aunt who liked it, and then my mom watched it, and then my dad watched it, and then I watched it. Um, but like I was frustrated with the fact that that one sister in it, the middle child, I don't remember her name. How like she just kept like I know she has she gets redemption in the end and she like has a happy ending, but like they kept on like beating her down. Like her character kept on getting like disappointment after disappointment after disappointment, and I was like, wow, like I can't watch this anymore. And the eldest sister being like a total bitch, but then like you're supposed to feel like you're supposed to feel like oh she's not that much of a bitch because she's like nice to her servant lady, but you like the servants mostly. Like I like the servants, but like the main family, I don't know, just yeah, Lady Edith, she had a troubling storyline.
Yeah, but you don't want to watch it. It's exhausting to watch somebody continually have hope and have it crushed, over and over
Yeah.
again.
And she was getting crushed by everyone too. Like she was getting crushed by her in her love life. She was getting crushed by her family. Like and it made her like this like not great person. Like I don't know. I felt bad. I know that she has it doesn't stay like that, but I was not enthralled by the show to begin with. So to have not much happening uh in terms of like change, I was like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Okay, Captain Ambiguity Tolerance.
I like how many of the characters are both likable and dislikable in ways. Yes, it's true. I did enjoy watching it, but I'm pretty sure it was something says something about me. No, it's not a bad show. It's critically acclaimed. I went to this like pop up museum that they had dedicated to Downton Abbey, and some of the costumes were so cool. And what I really enjoyed was like my dad would tell me about how like he's like this is right after World War I, and it's supposed to show you how life changed after World War I and then into the 20s, how the fashion changed, how society's structure started to change, and that I found very interesting. But I really like wanted more likable characters. It was tough. So I don't know.
Were they like royalty or something?
they were just established old money.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how. Like the what was the grandma's name? She was a sassafras. I think it did cost a fortune to produce, and now they have on HBO The Gilded Age, which like my dad is really excited about and he loves, and it's all about like societal like going ons too. Crumpets. It's not a bad show. I just I'm very critical of writing in a show. Like I need good plot lines, and I know that there was juicy stuff happening, but it's a drama. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I was, again, like I said, I was teetering on the edge of watching it to begin with. So once it didn't give me what I was looking for, I was like, I'm out. Yeah, Maggie Smith, she was really good. Yeah, yeah. Dowager Countess Grantham, she has the money. Yes. I mean, she was great. She was really great.
You prefer watching real life stuff like Naked and Afraid?
Ooh.
Is that the kind of real life stuff you're talking about?
It wasn't bad writing either. It was just stiff, kind of. It was a drama. It was a classical drama. Um, and I think for a while I liked watching it with my parents, but then they became assholes, and I was like, I don't want to hang out with you anymore.
Okay. I'm going to grind this up. I put a little bit more oil on the turning part here so it turns nice and smooth again. I don't have to break my arms trying to turn it.
How'd you clean it?
I didn't clean it, I just put a little bit of olive oil around here.
Oh.
Kind of just background hearing you guys, but I'm here. Cool, JoJo. Glad you're here.
I used to not like Naked and Afraid. I was always like, it's reality TV shows, so it's those people are getting help and so fake, because a lot of reality TV shows are scripted to some degree. But I really like watching it with
What is that necklace?
this. It's green labradorite. It's kind of actually like Downton Abbey style. No, it's a necklace.
You ever wake up Sunday and question that it may be Monday? Sometimes. Casey Jones, you better watch your speed. Trouble ahead, trouble behind. And you know that notion just crossed my mind. It's a pretty good song.
It's labradorite. Green labradorite.
When a Labrador retriever gets buried and is subjected to a lot of pressure underground, it becomes that mineral.
You're so cute.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
It may be Monday. Sounds like the name of a band that opens for till Tuesday. Labradorite crystal is all about healing, protection, and the production of positive energy. Boho magic jewelry. Hi, Alice Holdfast. Rube to your KC Najojo. Exactly. It's exactly what I was thinking.
I really want to get stoned.
Well, you got that concentrate. You want some regular weed too?
Oh, maybe I can have the weed butter oil.
You could.
That usually helps. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. How you doing with your mouth?
Oh, fine. I just continue to maintain that protective coating of goo, and we'll see how this all ends up playing out. You know?
Today Monday?
Yep.
It so reminds me of like Paul McCartney's like single stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Alex had to ask himself a couple times today if it was Monday. He needed to know he had to go to his work. He woke up. Oops, there's only one. But ding, 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 ding. I really like that song. I need to put some vocals and just kind of finish tidying it up and stuff, you know. Like that one, really, I got three things that just kind of need vocals, and for me to be okay with them just having that much else, you know. Try to get that sounding decent, and then I could actually upload them. What are you saying? What are you saying? What you saying to me? Are you saying these things? Are you saying to me the things that you say? Or what are you saying today? Are you saying things that you want to say? Is the thing that you say is the thing that you said? If not, what's the thing in your head? Is the thing that you say the thing that you did? If not, why your name Sid? With emotions one feels on a Monday, still be a Monday emotion. If it was truly Sunday and not Monday, would the emotion be eliminated? This is actually the walking song, but you know, it could be whatever. You know, the original lyrics to it are like, it's a song, why is a walking song? If you want to walk right, then you better sing along. It's a walking song. It's a song that walks. If you want to sing right, then you sing and walk. And it's a walking song. It's a something like that, you know. What emotions could you eliminate right this very minute? I'm not sure even what emotions I'm having right now. Let's see. I want to get the same answer Rachel did. Tired. Tired isn't an emotion, even though it can make you feel emotional, like you need to lie down because you're gonna fall over. That's what happens when you're too tired. And clover. Clover is a good place to lie in because it's soft and green and you can go and lie then. It's a waiting song. A waiting song? Oh, a wedding song. I see what you're saying. You're saying what all along. That's why you said it's a wedding song. You weren't wrong. You weren't wrong. No, it was a wedding song because I said what? Why do you think that? Because it's my butt hut. It's a butt hut, don't you know? A place where you go and get butts. So you can go to the butt hut tomorrow, get a couple butts, and you won't feel sorrow. You'll be pleased because you have a new butt. You can change it out with the one eagerly under your pants. See what you do. You get a butt that is designed in France. That's a cool beat too. Of the beats I have there, including um, "Who Loves You, Baby," Tijuana, Snake Jazz with Chords, and Walking Song. I think I like the Walking Song least, but it's still a very good beat. I think. You trust somebody who doesn't eat A1 sauce? Yeah, I could trust them still. Wait, Casey, did you need to tell me something? Yeah, he needed to tell you that you need to start eating A1 sauce. Okay? If you want to retain his trust, you need to start eating your steak with A1 sauce. Otherwise, you're living a lie. Thanks, Benson's mom. Sometimes I am better able to freestyle stuff than others, you know. Kind of depends on my mood and such. My mood and such. Captain Mood and such. That's what they used to call me back in school.
Here, right? I mean,
Well, it's funny when you said somebody called you to see you next Tuesday yesterday. I totally was picturing like somebody saying, "Oh, I don't want to see you anytime soon, not till next Tuesday." Like maybe that was that kind of a thing, but instead, I just never heard that before. Jojo, can I tell you something? Jojo said, "Wait, Casey, did you need to tell me something?" Then Casey Jones says, "Jojo, can I tell you something?" And then JoJo says, seeing Ruben say something? With a period at the end. So let's find out. We're all waiting with bated breath to discover if Casey Jones has something to tell JoJo. I learned that expression when I read that Mr. Trump had used it. Sorry to bring it back to politics, but I was new to it and found it a politer way to convey the ugly word. Yeah, well, I never heard it until yesterday, so I think it's a funny thing, a funny expression, a way to do that. I agree. It's a less vulgar way of expressing things than to actually say that. You know, if you care about vulgarity, if you're pro vulgarity, then I guess you might be saying that. But in Australia, when they use the word, they mean it differently. Like it seems like it's less harsh in its connotations in Australia. I need to go to bed pretty soon. I'm pretty tired. Come on. Why? Why did you log me out, Crunchyroll? Huh? I guess it just sometimes logs you out for no reason. There's my watch list.
I think I'm. What's her name?
Yes, for sure. You know, she's super badass, just like you.
Oh, thanks. You're totally common writer.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
That's why you gotta. That's why Shocker's gotta watch out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess I'm inclined to wrap this up at this point and maybe watch a little cartoon. So, thanks very much for being here. I appreciate your company. I love you all. We'll see you again next time on Talking with Famous People.